Good morning, everyone, and welcome to LaVergne City Hall. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the mayor for the city. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill establishing Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday as a federal holiday. In January 1986, the first holiday was observed. As so many of you know, Dr. King represents the best in us. We're proud to remember his resilient fight for justice and equality for all people. Dr. King's historic 1963 I Have a Dream speech was one of the most memorable and impactful moments in his service to humanity. The words of his speech resonated and promulgated a movement that changed the course of history for this nation and for the world. Dr. King embraced and promoted service, justice, nonviolence, and much, much more. All of these years later, his appeal to our humanity and compassion rings to our value of inclusion and that everyone belongs. Today, we're honored that you would join us. We have some wonderful speakers, and we hope that you will take to heart Dr. King's message. Thank you.
Good morning. We'll start the ceremony this morning with a prayer by Pastor Brenda Bryant with Life of Victory Ministries.
Praise the Lord. It's such a blessing to be before you today and to stand as one of the intercessors I call for the LaVergne community. Let us bow our heads and pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, as we come before your throne this afternoon, we just want to give you glory, honor, and praise for this day and this opportunity. I remember as an 11-year-old sitting on the piano stool when Dr. Martin Luther King was shot as I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee. And so, Father, just to see the crowd that's in this room today and what you're doing in and through your people is just a blessing. And so, Father, we just pray right now that you bless this great city of LaVergne, Tennessee, the mayor, bless all the leadership and the aldermans. And Father, we pray right now that you bless our time together and that you bless our speakers to speak a word in due season. And so, Father, we thank you that just as Dr. Martin Luther King was faithful even unto death to God's call upon his life, let us realize in the words that are being spoken to us today that we must remember the church, the children of God, called to do so much more other than just posting in social media, but a renewed commitment today to go forth from this room today with assignments, Lord God, so that lives will be changed, Lord, for the glory of God. And so, Father, we thank you for our time together, and we give you all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Our first guest speaker is a one-time resident of LaVergne. She is an advocate for change in her community. She hosted the first Juneteenth celebration here in LaVergne in 2020. Please welcome Sharmil Babalosa.
First, I just want to thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here today, to see all your faces. This year is one of the first that I'm not actually in Atlanta. We would go every year to celebrate a junior theater festival with our kids since they were in the second grade. They're now 17 and 15, about to graduate high school. And every year we would go and participate in this festival, and it was always so it was so inspiring to see thousands of children and parents and teachers from all over the country who would come together for this celebration to celebrate the arts and music in spectacular fashion from all different walks of life, from all different races and backgrounds. So I'm happy to be here with you all today and to kind of, even to celebrate Dr. King's legacy in an intentional way, because while I know that the founders of the Junior Theater Festival realized the symbolism of having that event in Atlanta on this weekend, it's nothing like actually being able to celebrate his life and his legacy intentionally and to bring light to the change that his actions actually created. Initially, I thought, what can I say about a life so well lived But then I realized Dr. King's life was not always well lived. Yes, he lived in the fullness of the Lord and in his faith, but much of his life he must have lived in fear. Nelson Mandela once said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." While Franklin D. Roosevelt said, "Courage is the assessment that something else is more important than fear." Dr. King answered his call to action and his call to ministry courageously. As a Black boy growing up in the Jim Crow South, he was called to action. As a college student at only, I said 16, but I stand corrected, he was 15 years old. He was called to action, as were his parents. I think of my own children growing up at a time such as this, and I can't imagine what fear Reverend and Miss Alberta King must have felt as their son went off to face a world that he was called to lead. I can't imagine their courage, but I can understand their faith. The entire King family had been called to action. My aunt recently reminded me, after seeing a rather disrespectful social media post, that he was the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Reverend, like his father before him and his daughter after him, they were all called to action. How do we know that Dr. King was called, you might ask? Because you don't answer a calling like the one set before Dr. King and do so the way that he did while being threatened, yet he continued to answer, while being lied on, yet he continued to answer, being spit upon, and he continued to answer, being called everything but the child of God that he was, and yet he continued to answer. How about being thrown in jail for peacefully defying the most unjust system of oppression set in place to do everything but stop him from becoming the very thing that this country needed, and yet he continued to the call? Dr. King was there. Dr. King knew there was a calling on his life. He knew he had been called by God to the most important action that there is, to love. Was Dr. King not a leader? Yes, he was. Was he not a teacher? Yes, he was. Was he a husband, a father, a theologian, a scholar, a freedom fighter, and a civil rights leader? Yes, he was. He was indeed all of those things and so much more. But of all those things, he knew his most important role was to show love, to show this world to love. Moreover, he didn't think himself so grand that his love was any greater than yours or mine. He knew this calling was for each and every one of us, and that it would take the love of all of us to overcome the hate and darkness that exists in this world. In his Love in Action speech, Dr. King said, "Nothing in this world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity." This was a reference to him, or this was a reference to Jesus saying, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." How could Jesus say that about men who were literally sending him to his death? He could say that because he loved them. America is essentially a dream that is yet unfulfilled. It is a dream of a land where men of all races, all nationalities, of all creeds can live together as brothers. Another quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. Now we say, in this day and age, how could Dr. King say something like that about America? We say that about many people who have criticisms about America. Didn't he know in many ways this was the best country on earth? And then others of us might say, or didn't Dr. King know that America at that very time was a country that did not love him back the way he loved her? Yes, he could say that because despite all her flaws, America was in need and deserved to be loved, and he loved her enough to fight for her freedom. Love is the most durable power in the world. This creative force is the most potent instrument available in mankind's quest for peace and security. Agape is the love of God working in the lives of men, not because they're likable, but because God loves them. Another one of Dr. King's famous quotes, one that explained the love that he lived, as love is what it does. Whether you believe in God Whether you believe in any higher power at all, we all believe in love. The power of love. Love hurts. Love stinks. Love and happiness. Love is a many splendid thing. Love is all we need. Love is all we need to continue the fight Dr. King so courageously dedicated his life to. Now, Dr. King did not lay down his life. It was taken in an act of hate. We must remember that. We must admit that his children grew up without a father. His late wife, the Mrs. Coretta Scott King, on many anniversaries thereafter, mourned her husband as a young woman. His mother, assassinated as she sat at the piano in her own church some 6 years after his death. We must remember that lest we diminish their sacrifice. But God, but love. Love raised up his wife to continue his fight to make this very day a holiday, so that we could remember every day as America is closer to living up to his dream. His dream of love. Love raised up his children to be lovers of God, theologians, and freedom fighters, just as their predecessors. Love brought us all here today to honor Dr. and Mrs. King, to honor America, to honor one another, and our own call to action, to love one another as Dr. King did, and most of all, as God loves us. Because if you could only see from where I'm standing, from where Dr. King stood, from this perspective so many times, how beautiful we are, how we can be when we are looked upon as God sees us, as we should be, in love. Thank you.
All right. Our next guest speaker represented the 90th House District of Tennessee from 1995 to 2020. He serves as Governor Lee's senior advisor and as a member of his cabinet. He once marched with the late Dr. King and was in the audience during his famous mountaintop speech. Please welcome John DeBerry.
You know, there are times in life when we look within ourselves and we take an introspective examination of ourselves and we realize how good God has been to us, how gracious, how kind, how merciful He has been to us. When He gives us years and days, He gives us those times that we can reflect, when we can look back on our history and realize how far we've come, what it took to get us there, to hear folks speak as eloquently as the young lady before me has just done and say things so profound that the whole world needs to hear. It makes an old guy like me feel pretty good. And I realize that a lot of the things that we fought for back in those days, and a lot of the things that my father and my mother, the things that they were marching for and standing for and speaking for, the things that Dr. King died for, that America, as she said so well, this dream, I believe, can come true because of its people, because of our heart, because of the love we have for one another. The Lord said something one time. He said that, "By this shall all men know that you are my disciples." He said, because you love, or in that you love one another. It is that love, that agape love, that demonstrates something different about us as human beings. When God created us, He didn't create us as just living creatures. He'd already created the living creatures. Then He said something different, the Godhead, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, said, now that the world is done, the environment is complete, the sea, the oceans, the rivers are populated, the creatures are running and flying and swimming and crawling, he said, now let us make man. But God said something else about man, man being a duality. He said, let us make man in our own image and after our likeness. God expects more of us. And this is what Dr. King stood for as a preacher, as a theologian, as a man who was a freedom fighter, as an individual who was a light to a nation in a moment of darkness that spread across the land. He was a light that made us look at ourselves. It wasn't complimentary what we saw, but what he made us see, because we were good people, we changed ourselves. And America changed. I watched that change. Dr. King was born January 15, 1929. That young man, born to a father who was a preacher, who took on his name just as I did. I took on my father's name. And this young man was killed April 4th, 1968. He went to Morehouse College. He was a man who was educated in the Word of God and also educated in the affairs of man academically. But there was something about him that was obviously a standout from the very beginning of his life that could be clearly seen. And I remember the times that I got a chance to meet him. I remember my father and others there in Memphis as they were planning and talking about civil rights. I was a teenager. I understood most things, but there are a lot of things I did not understand. You see, there are some things I wasn't given an opportunity to choose. I did not choose my color. I did not choose my gender. I did not choose many of the things that defined me when I was born February 5th, 1951. On my birth certificate was a word. It said colored. And that meant that everything about my life would be defined by that word that was on my birth certificate. What I had going for me was a group of parents who were much like Dr. King's, because I was always told that what other folks think about me is not my affair. That is not my business. That the only thing that I need to be concerned about is who I am, who I think I am, and how I present myself. There are some things I wasn't given the choice as I said, but I choose to have a positive attitude. I choose to love my country. I choose to love my fellow man. I choose to love right and wrong, the law, the rule of law. I choose those things. So when my family raised money in 1963, when Dr. King had the power and the authority, the charisma and the influence to call men and women, black and white, of all ethnicities, cultures, and mindsets and religions, call them together to stand up for the best that was in America. It was like a wake-up call, because my family raised money. My dad would be the representative of the family there in Washington in 1963. I remember looking at the little black and white television that we had in my grandmother's, in my grandmother's home, and even in that sea of souls, wondering where my dad was when Dr. King was making that speech. Dr. King stood up on that day and he made a speech. I'm sorry. He made a speech that changed the world. That speech changed the world. Because of the things that he said on that day, a lot of us were given courage to stand where we were supposed to stand. Excuse me, and thank you. Where we were supposed to stand if we're going to make America what America is capable of becoming. I can hear it like it was yesterday. when he said, I have a dream that the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down on the table or at the table of brotherhood. What a wonderful concept. In a nation that was divided by color, in a nation where when I went to school, everybody looked like me, in a nation where I can remember seeing the colored and the white signs above water fountains and at doors and going to the zoo on Tuesday because that was colored day. To hear a man say, with white men, black men, Jews, Gentiles, and folks of all cultures, ethnicities, standing there with him, saying, we agree and amen, it's time for this to happen in America. This was a movement that the world looked at, and it literally not just changed America, but Dr. King changed the world. Because other nations that had similar laws and rules and mores and cultures that were separating its people also decided it was time for the world to change. When he said, I want my little children to be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, he was saying something that resonated with me because my parents, as I said, they talked about character, who I'm supposed to be, how I'm supposed to act. My dad would say, Nick, he called me Nick. He said, you got my name, don't you mess up my name. And whenever I would go somewhere, he would remind me that it's my character, not my circumstances. It's my character, not the challenges that lie before me, that it was my character that would carry me on for the rest of my life. And I appreciate that so much about them because they never allowed us to get caught up in the negative implications of those things that were happening around us. Governor Bill Lee and myself, we were talking just the other day as he wanted to record something for the state on Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And we were talking about how it changed both of us, him being 10 years old at the time, riding his bike, me being 17 years old at the time, downtown with my father, participating in the march, and also watching the things that were happening there in downtown Memphis, how it changed us, hearing about the death of Dr. King. We had been there the night before. It was a terrible night. It was a rainy night. It was a stormy night. And many folk were coming into the temple. They were coming in wet after the march. I remember my dad bringing home the sign, the I am a man sign, and setting it there in front of my grandmother's television. And when the time came for the marches, my mother and grandmother had made sandwiches and wrapped a mason jar full of iced tea covered in a towel to be given to Dr. King and many of the other marchers at that particular time. Going downtown there in Memphis to see men and women, black and white, Jew, Gentile, of all ethnicities and colors, joining hands. And they marched down the streets of Memphis singing, "We Shall Overcome." They weren't singing it as some type of empty hymn. They were singing it with a determination that we're going to change this nation. We're going to change these laws. We're going to open these doors. We're going to present these opportunities to our young people. Everybody understood at that time that it wasn't about what was happening right then. It was about the future of the greatest country that God has ever granted to exist on this earth. That's what it was about. We shall overcome meant that as a people, that as a nation, that we were going to demand that the Constitution be believed, be understood, and be upheld for all of God's people. Dr. King was not trying to destroy this nation, because regardless of our political differences, our racial tension and division, our social and economic diversity, our past failures, faults, flaws, and mistakes, Dr. King wanted this nation to be great, to live up to his greatness. Dr. King made a statement that I suppose that a lot of young folks today or older folks today who don't understand who this man was. He was not someone that was divisive. He was not an insurrectionist. He was not someone trying to destroy the nation. He was a patriot. And what he wanted was, I am an American. We have contributed to the health, the length, the span, the width, the economics, the power of this nation. And he wanted to participate as an equal citizen in those things that God had provided. So Dr. King said something that some folks today might call Uncle Tomish. He said, we may have come on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. And in saying that, what Dr. King is saying, if the country goes, if we lose these freedoms, if we lose all of these things that blood has been shed and run like water and war after war after war to preserve our freedom, he's saying if we lose it, we have lost everything, and all of us, regardless of our ethnicity, will find ourselves in a terrible position if we should lose this country. Everybody seemed to understand at that time that it was about the salvation of a nation, and all of us should be part of that salvation. Jesus said it first. Abraham Lincoln wasn't the first to say it. Jesus was the first to say it. That a house divided against itself shall not stand. In 1963, the same time that Dr. King is trying to pull the nation together, our enemy in Russia, Khrushchev, in that same year, was saying and sending a message to America, we're going to take your country. We're going to destroy your country. Khrushchev said, we're going to take America and we're going to do it without firing a shot. You know why? Because he was looking at the America before Dr. King. He was looking at the America before our awakening. He was looking at the America before we decided that we're going to act in our best interest. He says, I'm going to pit black folks against white folks against black folks, rich folks against poor folks against the educated against the illiterate. In other words, he says, without firing a shot, we're going to take your country. And I think that all of us need to take an introspective examination of ourselves and ask ourselves, if we are allowing those who look at America with a greedy vigilance, who want what many of us have taken for granted, that if we are preparing ourselves and positioning ourselves to where our enemy can easily take what we seem not to realize are blessings from God. When this nation was started, there were no democracies, there were only monarchies. There were no human rights. You had the rights that the kings and queens granted you. America is an experiment that had never been taken on before, and all of us have a part of it. When we look at our history, we can see that everybody has contributed to what America has become. Dr. King made a statement when he was in college at Morehouse, that is prophetic and scary at the same time. Dr. King said, if we are not careful, our colleges and universities will produce a group of closed-minded, unscientific, illogical propagandists consumed with immoral acts. He said, be careful, teachers, be careful, brethren. When we look around now at many of our public schools, we look around now at many of our public institutions, we have lost the ability to worship a God who we claim is a creator. There are too many of us who go to the zoo to visit relatives because they don't believe that God created man from the dust of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. We have too many institutions that have pulled us away from the basic principles that Dr. King stood for. We can celebrate anybody. We can have parades. We can have bands walking down Beale Street and Broadway and the streets of LaVergne and the streets all over this nation. But how many folks have walked away from the principles that made Dr. King Dr. King? How many have walked away from the character traits that he instilled in his children and taught us to instill in our own? It's one thing to say we celebrate him, but do we respect him? Do we respect what he stood for and ultimately what he died for? When Dr. King spoke, he said, "We will reach the goal of freedom in Birmingham and all over the nation because the goal of America is freedom." He said, "Abused and scorned though she may be, our destiny is tied up with the destiny of America." Later that same year in 1963, August 28, my dad, who was a Korean War veteran, was at the speech, and he was at many of the marches. Dr. King did not seek to destroy America, but demanded that America keep her promise to God and to all of her people. He drew from those promises made in our great documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States. When the architects of our republic, he said, and oftentimes he spoke as though he, as a black man, was the heir of these promises. He spoke of the forefathers as though they belonged to him also. So when he said the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. The note was a promise that all men, black and white, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Dr. King understood, and he said when the students all over the South started sitting in at lunch counters, I knew that as they were sitting in, they were really standing up for the best of the American dream and taking the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy which were dug deep, notice what he said, by the founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. I remember standing there. I got up and gave a woman who had just come in out of the rain my seat. Dr. King was standing there. He spoke eloquently, as he always did, but his voice was shaky. There was a demeanor on his face that I had never seen. I'd always seen him confident. I had always seen him a man who was focused on what he was doing and why he was doing it. I had always seen him as a man that inspired me to the extent that as a young teenage boy, and even as the governor said, as a young 10-year boy on his bicycle, and watching those speeches, how it set both of us on a course to where God has placed us today. But that night was different. His voice was different. His demeanor was different. He was looking around the room as he spoke. And I spoke to my father when we left the speech. I remember him saying that he had been to the mountaintop. He said, I may not get there with you, but I believe that we as a people will get to the promised land. And that just didn't ring right with me. Going to the promised land without Dr. King, our leader, the one who has inspired us, the one who has called us together, opened our eyes, strengthened our backs, made us stand up, made us be proud. I may not get there with you. That didn't sound right to me. I talked to my father when we got in the car and we were heading back to my grandmother's house. We had moved to Alamo, Tennessee, Crockett County, and so we were coming back and forth to the marches because we were publishing a newspaper in Crockett County. And I asked my dad what was going on. Why was Dr. King not himself tonight? he said to me that he had received death threats, that there were people who told him that he would not leave Memphis. There were folks who told him that he was going to die that day or die and not leave Memphis alive. I remember thinking about that as my dad was saying it and having such a tremendous respect for a man that knew that there was a target on his back, that there were those who wanted him dead. President Kennedy had been shot. Others had been assassinated. So it was not unheard of that a man could be killed at a time when he was threatened. And I remember just thinking, Lord, please protect Dr. King. And then that next day, we were on our way back home. We had taken our pictures. The marches were mostly over, and we were on the way back to go to Bible class, and we were going to come back the next day. And we always stopped in Brownville, Tennessee, because there was a payphone there, and my mother would call my grandmother and let her know, we're in Brownville. We'll call you when we get home. When she called, I heard my mother scream. She ran back to the car. She said, Dr. King has been shot. We got back in the station wagon. We turned around in Brownville and headed back to Memphis. And when we got there, of course, you know that it had all broke loose, the riots and everything. My dad had to pull me away, and we went back to get out of the fray because of all that was going on at that particular time. This man knew that he was going to die. He knew that something bad was going to happen. But he said, I have been to the mountaintop and I have seen the promised land. I remember when Jesus said, was on the mountaintop, and I'll be done in just a second. And Jesus had gone back to heaven, and the apostles were standing there looking up into heaven. Jesus gone. Do you see him, Peter? No, I don't. Do you see him, James? No, he's gone. He gone back up there. The angel came to them and said, what are y'all doing? What are you doing standing here gazing up into heaven? He said, he told you what to do. He told you to go to Jerusalem. He told you to go tell the world what had happened in Jerusalem and what had happened to him. He gave you your orders, and you're still standing here on the mountaintop. It's been 50 years, and there are some of us still standing on the mountaintop, still looking and gazing up into heaven instead of going down off the mountain and getting the job done. Instead of us working together and standing together and worshiping together and studying together and making America what it's capable of becoming with the grace of God, because God has blessed America. The time is for us to come down off the mountain and for us to get done what Dr. King and so many others gave their life to provide. Our government, he said, should be a reflection of the heart and soul of its people, not its people's puppets or the desires of the government. God wanted us and wants us to this day to make a stand for what is right, for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and also for one another. Booker T. Washington said something once, and he was scorned for saying it. He said, a lie doesn't become the truth. Wrong doesn't become right. Evil doesn't become good just because a majority has accepted it. What we've got to do is understand that at any moment now, we could lose it all if we don't stand together. I want you to keep this in mind. When any group or tribunal has the power to censor our speech, regulate our thinking, demand our compliance, punish our defiance, prohibit our self-defense, suppress our voting opinion, silence our voices, restrain and restrict our free will, we have already lost our liberty and forfeited our freedom and accepted tyranny. We as Americans have got to stand together. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot unwrite history. You cannot rewrite history. All you can do is learn from history and write a better future. If these young folks sitting here are going to have the blessings that we had, I was one of those who threw my hands up at a certain point after what happened to Dr. King, some of the things that my father went through, some of the things my family went through. I was ready to say, you know what, it may not be worth saving. God got me good. You know what he did? He gave me grandchildren. He gave me grandchildren. And when that little girl wrapped her little hand around my finger and I looked in her eyes, I said, God, I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand what you're trying to tell me. And it gave me a new vigor, a new love for my country, a new love for my fellow man that says, you know what, we got to get this done. We got to get it done. We are the example of the world. You're the light on a hill. You're that shining light that the world is looking to for an example. Eleanor Roosevelt carried around a little piece of paper in her wallet till the day she died. She was the first lady for Franklin, who had to sit every night and look at the reports of how many men and women had died on the battlefield. Young men and women climbed into B-17s, 29s, Mustangs. Men and women flew those planes all over Europe. Black men, black women, white women, and even those of Native Americans and Asian descent fought for this country. She had a piece of paper, and it said, "Lest I continue my complacent ways." She said, as long as there is war, remind me that someone died for me today. And she says, unless I lose sight of what is true, she said, make me remember and ask, was I worth dying for? That's what all of us are about to ask ourselves. When you go to the veteran cemetery, my dad is in that veteran cemetery, a Korean War veteran. He fought for his country, as many of your folks did also. We got to ask ourselves, even with Jesus' death, am I worth dying for? Thank you.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road.
Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
Thank you, sir.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue, or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles. We had six cases in the month of December. All vehicles left unlocked and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you will also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift was a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. Anyone have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely, extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow, you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.lavernetn.gov, where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
But this is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their firefighter 1, firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned. But I don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and 1 paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other
We
questions?
got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.laverne10.gov, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, one in a central location at zero cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear, when were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognize it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man hours devoted to those, 583.5. You see some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the multipurpose building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You see some of the past senior events there, a couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January the 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6 and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the multipurpose at 10. If you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working, you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. A little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library. So we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., two of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty, and I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read 2 paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000. Expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million. Expenses were up $291,000. And our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job. when you're presenting us these numbers and stuff. I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be happy.
I've already been asked that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, you have, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to water treatment plant, Mr. Wayne Lowry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, pleasure to be here this evening. I know you all have the report. I hope you had a chance to run through it. I would prefer, if everyone's agreeable, that we just skip and discuss the Christmas water event, being that is a subject of discussion. I'm going to kind of give you a timeline of the things that happened from the water plant on out. So we'll start with December 23rd, which was a Friday. At approximately 12:30-ish in the morning, some weather was coming through. We had some power blips, and we lost our SCADA signal to our McFarland tank. So the McFarland tank, you know, is a small tank in comparison to everything else out in the system. It decided that it was going to be at 581% full. Obviously, that wasn't happening because we didn't have ice everywhere. But we were able to control that manually because we could see the discharge pressure off of our pumps. So when the pressure got to 81 pounds, we turned a pump on. When it got to 87 pounds, we shut a pump off. So we were able to cycle that manually. Then at approximately 4:30 a.m., we had some power blips that came through, and it tripped the main breaker on a raw water building. Now, the power was not off long enough for a generator to run. The main plant was fine, but the main breaker for the raw water plant was stuck in a trip position. So we came out, we looked at it, and typically you could take the pressure off by just killing all your electrical power, reset your breaker, and then start everything back up. That did not work. So we called Eaton out to do it. They came out at approximately 9 a.m. Unfortunately, they brought an 800 amp breaker, and it needed to be a 600 amp breaker. But in the meantime, they also needed NES to come out to kill the power to do the work that they needed to do. So NES came out quickly to kill the power. They came back with the right breaker, but with the changes of design over the years, that breaker did not match up in hole alignment, so he had to manufacture some stuff to get the breaker to fit in. Once the breaker repair was done, we needed NES to come back out. That took a little bit longer for them to arrive. Took approximately an hour and a half for them to show back up to turn the power back on. So the challenges we were facing at the time. So to give you the duration, we were not pumping water from Percy Lake to the plant for about 13 hours. From about 4:30-ish to about 6:30, we did not pump water into the distribution system. We were trying to conserve water at the plant, not realizing how long this was going to take, but then we turned the pumps back on. We had about 89% or so in our Sanders tank, and Sanford Knob was showing us at 78%. Hindsight being 20/20, which it always is, we noticed that Sanford Knob started flatlining at about 4:46 in the morning. So about 15 minutes after the issue with the raw water plant. So, you know, we were looking at things, we were running the system, conserving water, looking at the knob, saying, okay, we got 78%, we're good, Sanders looks good, let's slow the plant down, that way we can hold the water in a clear well, we'll get this raw water. And then as the day goes along, we're managing it to what we believe to be accurate. Sanders was going down a little bit, but nothing that was detrimental. We got the plant back up and running at, it was roughly 5:30 p.m., and we started treating water again. Saturday morning, so Christmas Eve morning, we come in, we had 89% in Sanders, which is almost full. We run it to about 94%. And the clear well was full, and Sanford Knob was still showing 78%. Well, we caught the Sanford Knob issue Friday evening about 9 o'clock. We got a hold of the on-call person. There is a gauge on the tank. It's basically, I call it a glorified float, because it just floats in the tank and just moves the gauge up and down. That gauge read the tank at 41 feet. I almost said percent, Kyle, you called me on it. Which calculates to be 89% full.
So I was like, oh, good, we pumped some water into the tank. Now, we checked that again at noon, and it was still 41 feet. So something was kind of a little messed up there. And then approximately, I don't know if I have that in my notes, 7 o'clock Saturday night, the gauge fell, and it went down to 7 feet. So something was holding it up, keeping it stuck there. So when you look at Plan A is SCADA, use your SCADA system. Plan B is to use the float. Both of those failed, so now we're on Plan C. And in the whole meantime of this, we've been working with Michael Dietz and his crew on this issue. On Christmas Eve, because Sanders' tank was running low, Mike was looking at trying to get a pump in to connect to Smyrna in case we needed it. Being it's the holidays, trying to do it. He thought he had one coming from Illinois, but he didn't. We ended up finding one coming from New Jersey, and we all thought, well, that's not going to get here. But he moved forward with that. Well, at the meantime, we were still pumping. Saturday night at about 11:30-ish or so, the plant was struggling treatment-wise. When we shut the raw water pumps off for 13 hours and turned them back on, we brought in a slug of mud. And super pulsators don't like mud. So we were able to go approximately 24 hours before it started impacting us. But it started impacting us, and we had to make some treatment changes and some decisions. Danny Campbell came in Christmas Eve at about midnight, and he started working on it, maybe 1 in the morning. In the meantime, communication between Danny and Michael Dietz was happening, and we got a new reading of the Sanford knob that showed it to be very low at about 3:50 in the morning. Now, we were able to run Mason Road pumps, all three of them. We were running the pumps based upon the information that we had. So on the Friday, December 23rd, we didn't run them because it looked like it was full. On Saturday, we ran them. And on Saturday night, we had shut it off. And then when Mike called us with the numbers, we turned them right back on. And they were running. And we switched to reading the tanks with the pressure gauge off the hydrant that associated with the tank. And the plant was turned around. The plant was producing water. We were pumping over 5 million gallons a day out the door to the community from there. And Sanders was still dropping, and we were still pumping from Mason Road. So at 4 in the morning, we turned Mason Road back on when we got the very low tank reading. At 3:30 in the afternoon on Christmas Day, because the 3:50 in the morning was actually Christmas Day, Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day. 3:30 in the afternoon, we got a tank reading that showed that we're about 75% full at Sanford Knob. At 6 o'clock-ish, we were told it was 60% full, and we were pumping. And in order to fill up Sanders, we stopped pumping for a little bit, just to let things balance with Sanders. And then at 7:20, we were told it was very low again. So we started pumping again. So through all that, we had some issues with the SCADA system. We had some issues, obviously, with the float does on the tank. And we had some issues with the hydrant gauges and what actually was happening within the distribution system. The interesting thing for us, from our side, at least from Infomark's point of view, there is a number that people call to file complaints about the water at the water plant. We only received 13 phone calls. We received one on Christmas Day. And that one was to let us know that somebody's neighbor's pipe burst. We received, and I have this in front of me, if I turn it the right way, 5 on Christmas Eve, one of them from the same address, and all saying low pressure. Now, what we do as your operator is we turn those over to Public Works as this is what it is, and then they go investigate them. And everyone that I know that Mike's aware of that they investigated, they had water. There was water there. Pressure was lower, but there was water. And on December 26th, we had 7 of them. Two of all these were in the Sanders zone. The other ones we believe to be in what would be fed from Sanford Knob. But all of them had water, lower pressure, but water. Mike told me when we were talking throughout this that there was issues that they received on call, and most of them were frozen meters, busted meters, frozen service lines. And even when they hooked up the Smyrna pump, it actually came in from New Jersey at approximately noon to 1 o'clock on Monday, December 26th, which when you think about that, considering the weather that was happening across the United States, that's actually remarkable. And, Xylem should be thanked for getting that to us as quickly as they did. But when he was hooking that up, he was even having conversations with people saying, thank you, but I have water, but it's lower pressure, but I still have water. So from our knowledge, it seems like, yes, we're low in pressure, but it's not a big event. It's a big concern, but it's not a big event. That's two separate things. We want to take care of the concern before it becomes an event, if that makes sense in the way that I say it. So the information we had in our hand was we got low water. We know we got low water. We had a plan in place. We were working through the plan, and we put everything on. It took approximately, the Smyrna pump was connected and turned on at 6:49 p.m. on December 26th. It took that long because everything has to be fabricated on site when that pump comes. So it's not just a plug and play. You have to build it. So that was turned on. We were still feeding water through Mason Road. We fed with Smyrna and Mason Road all of December 27th, and Smyrna pump was shut off on December 28th at about 9 p.m. And we have been running smoothly ever since. The plant has been producing a lot of water through this whole event. We were up, like I said, over 5 million gallons out the door. We were treating about 6.7 million gallons of raw water. The hiccup was on the 24th, but we recovered from that quickly. And there's just, it's one of those things where you look back and you go, what could we do different? How can we make this better? What can we learn from this? Well, one of the things that me and Danny have talked about is, getting a better idea of the pressure in the system. What can we do? Is there pressure gauges that we could go physically read that are in place that, because SCADA's out, so can we go physically read them? We had a meeting on Tuesday, and we're going to be working on how do we make that better. We also can talk about SCADA and alarms that can give us, even before it can go out, to say, hey, the pressure is lower than this set point. What would that be? We'll have to build that out, But that is something I think is critical that we've talked about throughout the SCADA project of things that we could do to make this better. And pressurizing the system by knowing the pressure numbers. We were, honestly, there's part A and part B failed because, the SCADA system stuck, the float stuck, and then the tank readings were working, or the hydrant readings were working, and then it bottomed out, and we were just pumping. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that explains anything. I feel like I should answer more questions now than I should be talking. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to field them.
Well, first off, I'm going to chime in because I know I spoke with some residents over in the Ridge, Woodland Hills, and Summit View that, and over in Dove Creek that didn't have water at various times. Michael, I believe I was working with you on some of the Ridge people at the very last minute whenever everything got hooked up. So while this may not be a huge event to y'all, to the people who were impacted during Christmas, it was.
No,
So,
and don't let me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but don't let me mistake. At the time, it didn't feel like an event. When you look back, it is definitely an event. If you look at any of the emails I've sent, I call it the Christmas water event. So I don't want to be mistaken. It's just, level of information that you have at that moment made it feel different than what it ended up being, if that makes sense.
So for me, the big thing is, number one, because I know we've met, I know you've been working with staff, and have we identified action items that either have already been put in place or are being put in place to prevent this in the future? Some of it, I know you can't prevent weather. I mean, weather's going to be weather. But to prevent this in the future? And if so, what are those?
So it's one of the things we've been talking about, at least from Infomark's point of view. We already have a process in place of working with the city. So when we see something, when we work with Michael Dietz and his team, and the response has always been great, the collaboration is always great. And we're like, what can we do differently? Well, one of the things to talk about is the pressures, getting better pressure in the system. So when you look at the situation, what could we have done different? Well, we couldn't do anything different at the water plant. It was run as hard as it can run. What we could have done differently is we could have ran Waldron Road and Mason Road together and say, all right, we now can run 3 pumps at Mason Road, and we would confer to make sure that that was acceptable with Michael Dietz and his team on the situation at hand, because if he's got a main break somewhere, he may not want all 3 pumps on until he gets that fixed. So we would have to collaborate with that. We could also run Waldron. The SCADA system, we've talked about that. I mean, can we get alarms when there's power? Yeah. When there's no power, it doesn't help us. There's really no help. But we also talked about, can we install physical gauges so that in the event this were to happen again and we need to go physically to the site and read something, that is strategically placed based upon the hydraulics of that area, so we know exactly what the pressure is in that area. Not necessarily on the suction side of a pump or the discharge side of a pump, but at the base of a tank. So that we could say, hey, I have 15 pounds of pressure in this tank, which is approximately 37 feet of water. So that we can do the math and understand what we have. So that was being discussed. And a lot of this needs to be put on SCADA systems so that we could trend it, so that we could determine what is normal. Because if you could put a pressure gauge out there, and if you go check it once every 2 years, once every year when an event does happen, you don't necessarily know what normal is. So getting it on SCADA so you can trend it, and even when the SCADA goes out, at least we have a physical device that we can walk to and look at, drive to, whatever the case may be. So communication-wise, the plan's already in place with that, Mayor, and that went well. Danny and Mike, and we all work together. Danny talked with me, I talked with Mike, I talked with Kyle, I talked to Bruce, I talked to you about at least the NES power thing, to see if you could help us get that done a little faster. But I don't think it's internally on the process that we have in place, communication's an issue at all. It's just, even if we were to, we talked today about what if we put in heaters? Well, it doesn't do you any good when the power goes out. If it's that cold and power goes out, you still have the same problem. You all don't have the same type of weather as I do back home, and it would not make financial sense to do some of the builds that are done with what you have because the costs run high. But, we could still continue to talk through that to say, is there better things to do? I mean, mind you, this is 1 week later, so there's still a lot of discussion that's going to happen that we're going to learn from. There's still data to file through to say, more lessons learned. What can we do differently?
Bruce, Kyle, y'all are both the city administrators, assistant city administrator. Do y'all want to weigh in on this event, and as far as the other side of it, the city side, and just kind of talk any about that, or your thoughts about what we can do differently?
I think in the future, this SCADA project that we're having designed right now is one of the things that, with this event happening, as Dwayne's stating, is I think we can make sure if there's any improvements or any pressure readings that we need at locations with the alarms and stuff like that, that would be a huge benefit that we know that now, that we can get it into the project, that in the future, hopefully, we get some alarms and stuff like that, because what you had is an event that really, when we was getting information, we were getting the information that they were seeing, but that was not correct information. I mean, when you go to a tank that the SCADA is telling you it's at 78%, you get out to the site because you're like, okay, this can't be right because it's stuck on that. You go out to the site, it says 41 feet. Okay, do we have 41 feet in there or do we not? So, you're going by the information you have, and until we realize that, hey, that's stuck at 41 feet. We didn't know it was stuck at 41 feet, or nobody that went out in the field to look at it didn't know that. Like Dwayne said, hindsight is 20/20. You see later on that it goes to, what was it, 7 feet or
Yes.
something like that. When it dropped, clearly it was froze. So we just so happened to have SCADA that had stuck. We had the gauge on the side of the tank that stuck. Then, they went to option C as far as looking at pressure at the hydrant to see if they could determine, okay, well, this is what we feel is in the tank. At that point, like he said, they were doing different pumping scenarios, is the best way I think to put it, that will give you water in different locations at different times. So you're not only just, I'm only filling up Sanders or I'm only filling up Sanford Knob, you're putting water in either all locations or you're putting it in Sanford Knob. When you're doing that, of course, you're pressurizing the system, because if you're getting water in the tank, basically the whole system, because I know fire's been mentioned. To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody went and connected to a hydrant that said there was no water, that there was low pressure. I don't think anybody can determine that fire was an issue, because if we were filling the tank, it had to be pressurized. So that's one of the things I think a lot of it could be, and that's what I find also that we need to, like you said, it's only been a week after. I know a lot of people are throwing out the term water outage, but going from the information I received, it was basically low pressure.
I had no water.
And
Excuse me.
it's just, that's one of the things that if there was no water, how many people contacted Dwayne or how many people contacted on-call? I know Dietz had an on-call guy that was getting 80-something calls. Okay, in the future, we may have to have 2 or 3 on-call guys, because one on-call guy cannot keep up with the amount of calls that we were getting. And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking back at the complaints, to my knowledge, the ones that we had that said no water was almost every one of them meter busted, meter froze, service line froze. That has nothing to do with the pressure in the system. So, like I said, kind of what Dwayne was saying through the whole thing is, with the information we had, we made the best decisions that we could. Basically, Dietz, in my opinion, made an outstanding call on Saturday night to go ahead and get the pump en route, because the pump does cost money. It's going to cost. So do you really need it? Do you not? He just felt that something just didn't add up, so he said he went ahead and made the call. And I'm glad he did. The pump got there as quick as it could get there. That's the quickest we could get hooked up to Smyrna. When we got hooked up to Smyrna and got caught back up, we've had no problems. What happened was, we had an event to where the power was out and then the SCADA was wrong. And then we made decisions based on information that was bad. So how do we fix that in the future? We try to make sure that SCADA gives us proper information. Hopefully we can do things to where he's talking about on heaters and stuff. What we feel like happened on the tanks is some components, probably when the power went out, they were off long enough, because they're usually a battery backup. We feel that the battery, because of the temperature, did not keep those components basically running. So what happened? They lost programming. So is there SCADA components out there that, do not lose the programming, or is that something that's common? Is there something that we can have besides the battery backup that would keep it from losing? Because if that's going to happen every time, then that's something we can look for. This is something that we never had happen, so I don't think we looked for right off the beginning that, hey, this is going to happen. So I know I probably didn't answer everybody's questions, and I know I probably made some people not happy, but, we can only do with what information we have.
The one thing, if I could jump in, that popped in my head as Kyle was talking, and, it's an expensive option, but there's also an option of having generators out at those sites. So if you lose power, you have generators. So SCADA PLCs don't lose their programming immediately. They lose their programming after being off for a while. So both McFarland and Sanford now both lost their program. That's with those units being off for a while. So whether we have battery backup, maybe bigger battery backups, like maybe even something that can run a heater to keep something warm, or a small gen set that's set that when the power fails, it kicks on. That's an option. so that at least the SCADA won't drop, and we can keep the signal coming. Now, the two things that were wrong, and I'm gonna get these wrong because every time I get told them, they go in one ear and out the other. I don't know why they don't stick in my head. But one of them at the knob had to do with a component that was loose, that was felt it was totally weather related, that the connection wasn't right. That if it would have been warmer, that connection wouldn't have failed, but he had to reset that, and because it was down for so long, it had to be reprogrammed. The other part with McFarland was also weather related, and for the life of me, I cannot remember exactly what happened with that one, but they were both weather related. That if there would have been heat, probably wouldn't have happened. Now, the loose component thing, there's kind of a underlying blessing there, because that would have failed at some point because it wasn't seated properly as an electronic component. But it just happened to fail when it got cold.
Michael, is there anything you want to add from this whole event for the board, before anyone has any other questions?
I've got a quick question regarding the communication systems and the messages. Who gets those messages? Who logs those messages? Because I'm a little confused, because I know I personally live in the Ridge, and I had 7 residents of the Ridge who told me they called Christmas Day and reported no outage, and it's just difficult for me to believe that those 7 calls you reported today were
there's two
residents
there's
only.
two different methods that the citizens have. They have our water complaint hotline, which we only received 1. So our operators get those calls, they take those calls, they log those calls. But there's also a number on the website that they could call to get a hold of on-call on the city site. I don't have view to that. And I'm not saying that, from my perspective, we had 1 that came to the plant directly.
Gotcha.
So there's just 2 avenues that the community could reach out to. And, maybe in the lessons learned, we clarify those avenues a little better.
So going back, Michael, is there anything you want to add from this weather event from your side of things? Because we're trying to paint the whole picture for everyone, so they get the whole sides.
Yes, sir. And just to echo what, has already been mentioned, it was an event. I feel like that event was managed to the best of our ability. I want this board and the citizens of LaVergne to know that. There's always going to be criticism and questions of what we could have done differently, and that's what we will learn from. That's our goal, is to learn from this event, what can we do differently to make it better next time. However, going back, would I made any changes different during this event? I can't say that I would. I feel like we managed it. I feel like we maintained the water in the system to the best of our ability. We got it restored as quickly as we possibly could over a holiday weekend, and I'm very proud of my team at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne or Michael?
Well, did Smyrna have an issue with their water system? I know we got water from them, but what is Smyrna doing different than we are if they didn't have no issues?
Sir, I can't speak to that because I don't know how their system's laid out, but to my knowledge, they did not have any issues. We're thankful that they're a great neighbor, and we have a policy in place where we can get water when needed, if needed.
And I will chime in. Our neighbors to the north, Davidson County, did have significant problems. Whenever the news reported on LaVergne, it was as a footnote to the fact that Nashville had an under-the-river break on top of all of their other breaks.
Yes, sir. And if I may, just real quick, another side note here, the water event was one issue, but I'd also like to recognize all the guys and gals that worked during the winter event throughout the snow and ice, because there was a lot of hours that was put in there to make sure that the road was cleared for the citizens of LaVergne, as well as emergency services. So just like to recognize those guys as well.
Anyone have any other questions for Dwayne or Michael?
So, in your opinion, because I dealt with it, do you think those glitches from the electrical had anything to do with the SCADA and power? And
It's a difficult question to answer,
I
but
know.
my opinion is it definitely did on the raw water plant, tripping that breaker. And I'm not 100% certain that it had any, it might have had some play with the tanks, but I think that was more of maybe the glitch and the cold weather at the same time. But we're at the plant, we're not at the tanks. So I can't 100% say that those glitches even happened at those tank sites. We know they happen at the plant, because we were physically present.
And Carl brought up a good point. He talked about the fire hydrants. So we really don't know if the fire hydrants had water or not. Is that a fair statement?
So, to that, Vice Mayor, so that was thought of during the event as well by me personally. And to my knowledge, we was pumping 200,000 gallons a minute from Mason Road Pump Station into the south part of LaVergne, which would provide 2,000 gallons a minute in the event of a fire. We had the ability to kick on a third pump, which would have added another 1,000 gallons per minute to that system. Now, if we had gotten much lower in the Sanders water tank, then yes, sir, that call would have been made. So during the event, it was thought of, but the concern was not as high as priority as getting the Smyrna connection hooked up.
And if I can add a little bit to that. So these tanks have to be taken out for maintenance. And Sanford Knob has been out of service, or we fed the system through Mason Road and Walden Road. So it's not that you can't have fire protection with the tank out of completely empty, 2 foot of water, 5 foot of water. You still can have fire protection. You're just feeding it from a different methodology because the tank is out of service. So we could have turned, if there was something like that would have happened, we could have turned more pumps on.
How long would that take in case of an emergency? Do we have seconds or
It doesn't
minutes?
take long. As soon as we get the phone call, it's a click of a button and it turns on. And if we have to drive to it, whatever drive time it is from the plant to there, or from wherever one of his guys might be, it might even be closer, in case the SCADA wouldn't turn it on. It's not a long time to do that.
In which we was already providing 2,000 gallons per minute that we knew was leaving the pump.
So the terminology came up over this is the perfect storm. And from everything you've talked about, that's exactly what it was. From an ungodly cold for this area, electric, data, just everything. Once you got everything up and running, and I'm gonna put Michael or Kyle on the spot, if we were not in this ridiculous predicament we're in with Stones River, would those tanks have filled up better, quicker if we had those lines put in?
Yeah, you're talking about the 24
Yes,
inch.
yes.
Yes, if that line was in, we can pump max. I mean, we can get 10 million gallon a day to that tank. Currently, with the piping system we have in, we max out about 5 million gallon a day pumping rate to get to Sanders tank. So that's where, if that line was done today, we could have got more water to the tanks quicker. The problem with that would have been like what Dwayne was talking about, just being all open about it. That's where whenever he was saying that the clear well was at a certain level, well, you got to use the clear well water to backwash. And I know this is going to get a lot of, probably too deep, but you can only produce so much water that they're limited to. So even if you had the 24 in, and let's say we was thinking we can get 10 million gallons a day, you got to produce that amount of water, and we're, not at that. So there would have been some limitations, but yet could we have done better at getting water to the system? Yes, if it was done. And so in the future, with the 24-inch done and with the SCADA project, once it gets completed, hopefully this does not happen again.
And even when you look at what we were able to do, I've always heard the number of 5 million was the max we could do through the 18-inch line. We were over 5 million going out the door. I think we hit 5.3, 5.4 out the door. So, it would have been better to have that 24-inch in place. But even with the 18, I think we did pretty good at getting the water in the system.
You kept talking about a glitch. When the electricity goes off the water treatment plant, the diesel generators come on and kick in. Is that what you think might have tripped a fuse or something?
No, sir, because what happens is the utility power has to be off for a certain amount of time before that generator recognizes that there's no utility power, and then it turns on, and then there's a delay in the transfer switch before it transfers. That whole process, utility power have to be off for about 45 seconds. So when it's one of these type things, the generator would never turn on. And that's by design. That's to make sure that we're not backfeeding from a generator into the utility power.
And it has to start over every time it does that, the timing.
Yeah, it will recognize each individual process.
So it sounds like you've done all you could do. I know Michael did, man. I was talking to him and his guys, and not only did they have to deal with that, they had a big water main break and had to deal with that. So my final question is this: as a collectively group, it seems that some of the citizens' concerns out there, which Kyle brought this up too, is some didn't have water, some had low pressure. The neighbor had water, but this neighbor didn't. It was kind of crazy. So as far as a communication thing, if something like this were to happen again, who could they, I know they were calling, and apparently everybody thought that we all knew exactly what was going on. I know I didn't. I just heard the terminology perfect storm. How can we, as a collective group, get there's no way you can put in a statement everything that we've talked about here in the last 20 minutes in a short term. Now, if you send something short out there to say, hey, it's broke, it's going to take a while, is that going to pacify? Probably not, but to get things out there.
We've talked about it. It's a difficult question because there's always a communication in cold weather that when you have a crawl space or a basement that's not heated, it's a trickle water so that your lines don't freeze. So there's a difference between trickling water and open up a faucet in your bathtub. So you don't want to use that one, you just need to move it slowly. But if you turn around and then say, we need you to conserve water, then the next thing you know, if people follow that and they turn it off, then their line could freeze. And then we end up with a break in a line that's running more water than they were if they were trickling it. So when you look at the decisions that we're making at the time, you're like, what do you say? Because, what we were seeing was low pressure. I'm not saying that people didn't have water because hindsight's 20/20. We're learning that people didn't have water. But at the time, it was low pressure. So it's like, I was talking to Bruce about water conservation notice, and like, do we not? It's a very difficult decision to make at that time with those extreme temperatures. Is there a different method to communicate to the citizens? Maybe we can collaborate on something that would be a little bit better, but I think we need to spend some time to make sure we have something that's foolproof. From us, on this side, working the thing, you're just trying to make phone calls and talk and make decisions and react. And maybe there's a way we could put something together where there's one person that could be reached out to that could put the things out there to the community that may not be in place today. Then
Well, if everybody had their water dripping like most people did, that would have used up a lot of water. That might have been one of the reasons you had low water pressure. If everybody left their water dripping, that's got to make up a lot of water.
Yeah, and that's the hard one. How do we know who's doing it? You're right. If everyone was doing it, that would take up pressure, that would take up water. You don't know who's doing it. You're just putting that recommendation out as a precaution so the homeowner doesn't have a line freeze. So you don't know who's actually doing that. And you don't know what that consumption is to know what you have to balance out and what you pump into the system.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to staff because I know for myself, I was out of town. I know, Michael, you tried to reach me a couple times, and where I was basically a little bit further back than Deliverance. So I was unreachable. And, y'all handled that as best you could, considering all the circumstances going on. So I want to say thank you because I know Danny's coming in Christmas at 1 a.m. working. Your staff worked through because whenever I got back, I went out to where y'all were at. And so thank you guys because y'all gave up your holiday with your families, just like everybody. Everyone's stuck in this situation. You're out here working in the cold. So thank you.
Yeah, I would. It seems like the biggest thing is the communication part, because it took 3 days before something came out from Public Works on what happened. So everything what started happening with this perfect storm, December 23rd, from everything, I know that in the, through Facebook communication, social media, whenever there's a water line break or whatever, I live on Cedar Park Circle. We were known for our water main breaks. So anytime there was a water main break, there's something goes out on social media. Water main break, you're going to have an issue. Why wasn't something put out on social media when this was recognized? That's my biggest question, and it seems like that's the questions from the citizens. Why did it take 3 days before something came out and then everything was fixed? Or basically, everything was on the road to being fixed? That's my biggest thing. Because I work at Vanderbilt, and anytime something happens around the campus or around the area, we get an alert on our email, we get an alert on our phone if we want it. And I know, like I said, the community, depends on social media. So, that's my biggest thing, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I think there should have been better communication when this perfect storm started happening. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything, but that's another thing to look at in your future planning, in your policies and procedures.
And we most certainly will, yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to what Carol said, but I honestly, being medical, and looking at the scenario, reading through the recap of exactly what happened, I honestly think the missed opportunity here is preventatively. When we're ordering pumps ahead of time preventatively, just in case we need water from Smyrna, I think that's a great time to notify the public, hey, there's potential outage, conserve your water, whatever recommendations you have at that time. But, just preventatively, once we're starting to put a plan in action just in case, that's a great time to let our citizens know on Christmas Eve, just in case we might be in a tight spot tomorrow, the next day, and the next few days. If you take a look at how Middle Tennessee Electric kind of approaches things with the high capacity, they preventatively alerted the community to try to reduce their demand, and they let them know the possibility of outages before they ever even started the rolling blackout. Just give the community a little bit more time to prepare for these instances.
Any other questions?
And I also want to make a note that I really think that it was any time that we have a problem with our water service, I think the fire department should be the absolute first people to know. I know, based on the data that you've collected, that things would have been just fine, but for their first notification to be a social media when it's gone out to the public, that is not acceptable. Like, there are lives at risk that we need to consider. So, like I said, the emergency services, fire, most importantly. And I know he said you guys have great working relationships, and this is just kind of a one-off circumstance with everything, it seems like. But emergency services, number one, first and foremost. We got to keep in mind the safety of our citizens overall. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-01, and an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cyber Security Partners Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on, number 7, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'm going to second it for discussion because there was a sticking piece here about the lease agreement. Bruce, did we get that worked out?
Yes, sir. The lease amount will be $500 per month, and that has been put into the lease agreement that's in your packet.
Okay. Should all have that. That's it for questions for me. Anyone have any other discussion?
Just one more. When does the time limit start as far as the 500 a month?
Well, there is no time limit. It'll start once the property exchanges hands.
That's what I'm.
And until we're able to move out of the building.
And how long will it take before, if it's approved tonight, how long will it take before it's?
There is a period of time, due diligence time. I'm thinking it's 60 days, and then they have to close, I believe, within 30 days after that. So we're looking at approximately 90 days until we close, if everything goes through.
Any other questions?
The concern to me that I brought up in the workshop is, the price was $300,000, and the property was auctioned off beside it for $710,000. It brought up in the workshop that the contents was included, but the contents of the building was auctioned off separate. So the $710,000 was for the building and the property, not for the contents. The shelving, the glass cases, all the merchandise in there was auctioned off, but it was auctioned off separate. The building next door, which the building is bigger, but it's a big difference between $300,000 and $710,000. If you take the building twice as big, you're over twice as big in price. And it's concerned to me about the price. You just go back to the old post office, the code building. We sold it for less than the appraisal, and then it just seemed like we're getting into a pattern that we're selling city property less than the value. And that's something that that really concerned me. Your two properties right next to each other. It don't settle with me real good, and I want to broad up that. But the contents now was not included in the $710,000. None of the contents, the shelving, the showcases, nothing was auctioned off separate. The $710,000 was the building and the property, and we sold the old fire department for $300,000. Basically same size land, which the building was a little bit bigger, but I just concerned about the price.
Well, just to point out, the stormwater building was, the board did vote to go under price. For the public works, it was, as far as stormwater, was under the appraised price. Public works was $100,000 over the appraised price, and this is right at appraised price. So that is part of this, and this is an offer from the purchaser. So just to put that out there, the land size is different. They're not the same. This is a smaller parcel. With that, Alderman Waldron?
I know.
Alderwoman Haas?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the beer board. We've got 2 terms expiring and 2 applicants. And this is one that's appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board, so I will appoint Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock back to the Beer Board. All in favor? Aye.
Abstain?
Moving on to the Library Board. We have got 3 terms expiring. We have one applicant that got in before the deadline today. I believe we have another one for next month, but we've got Kayla Koester, and need a motion to appoint this person.
I make a motion to appoint Kayla to the Library Board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We have got, let's see here, 5 terms expiring, and we've got one that's a requested change out by the organization. So I'm going to appoint Marty Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson to the Local Emergency Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstain?
Moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got one term that expired. We've got Chuck Isbell, contacted him. He does want to stay on this board. We also have another applicant as well. This is one where I appoint and the board confirms. I will reappoint Chuck Isbell to the Parks and Recreation Board. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are that have expired. We've got one that's wanting to stay on this board. Looks like that is Jeff Moss. I'll make a motion to reappoint Jeff Moss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family in their prayers for the loss and the family members. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has got fresh water and shelter. And again, I put a item on the agenda for the 24th or 25th time, and Jason has it removed. Somebody spoke at Citizens Forum about the mayor. That's hitting the nail right on the head. I put the same thing on the agenda over 24 times, and he has removed it 24 times. And that's all. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just a reminder, the LaVergne Rescue Unit's having a Country Ham fundraiser on January 14th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Cost is $12 per person. Also wanted to encourage everybody to come out for the MLK Day ceremony on January 16th at 10 a.m. at the multipurpose building. And just a reminder to everybody, the annual communication survey is available on the city website through February 28th. You can also get hard copies at City Hall, Parks and Rec, the library, or the senior center. So I encourage everybody to complete those surveys.
Alderwoman Hawes.
Yes, there was a post that came out on Facebook about the baseball, softball signups coming soon. So everyone that wants to sign their children up for baseball and softball, please keep an eye out for the Facebook post. And everybody stay safe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to brag again on the water guys and, man, guys, and I know y'all were doing all you could do. There may have been some lack of communication, but we weathered that perfect storm. So great job, all you emergency guys. I seen you out there. This thing about the mayor, I've been thinking about this. And I'm not picking on Michael, I'm just bringing him up. If Michael has an employee he has a problem with, it goes to HR. HR goes to Kyle goes to Bruce, and then they talk back and forth. By the time anything gets to this guy, it's a done deal. He's not going to, it's just a matter of somebody putting their name on it. If you take it out of his hand, put it in Bruce, by the time it gets to Bruce, it's a done deal. So that stuff is hearsay. But anyway, thank you guys again for a good job. Hope that doesn't happen again. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I do want to remind everyone about the Martin Luther King Day ceremony. It should be wonderful. We have worked very diligently, and when I say we, I'm talking about David McGowan and his staff on getting the guest speakers here. Mr. DeBerry we've been working on that for several years, so very big props to you and your team for that and for everyone who's coming in to work that event. So I hope you all join us. It'll be 10 a.m. down at the multipurpose building. I do want to thank staff for working through Christmas on restoring water, including my own, where I live, is part of this. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can use this as a building tool and improve things for the next weather event, because regardless, there will be another one of who sits in any of these seats. There will always be weather events. Lastly, when it comes to the Hire and Fire Authority, which is what Alderman Waldron was talking about, yes, I have removed that because, like Vice Mayor No said, it actually is a multi-pronged process, and it comes from a director to HR, through legal, through our city administrators, before it ever gets to me. So that's something that's a check and balance. If you put it on an individual employee, as it's already been threatened in the past, Alderman Waldron, where if they didn't do certain things the board would do, the board would just fire that employee. And I don't think that's right and proper. This allows a check system for everybody, and this was the same process that went on whenever you were mayor. So this is something that's keeping with a normal tradition that has kept the city moving forward and has kept the city out of trouble. So with that, we call the meeting adjourned.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Murphy Center by showing you behind-the-scenes action by our students from the College of Media and Entertainment for the Judd's Red Carpet Show before their concert in November. Also, we talk to you about the improvements to this glass house, and we recap the history of all the things that happened here in this memory-making building. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue.
Aaron Kindrell with News Channel 5 out of Nashville.
Hi.
What's it like partnering with one of the biggest universities, MTSU? They're going to be hosting this.
They love me. They love me so much. It's their anniversary too, so you're taking 2 anniversaries and putting them together. It's like the greatest prom ever. 50-something years for them, 50 years for them. So it's 50 for them, 31 for me. And we were a big deal back then. And we did it at MTSU, and that was our final concert. They really love the fact that I'm coming back there because of that. And I think it will give them an opportunity to get some attention, which, whatever it takes, right? So we're going to have a big party, and that's what life is about, having celebrations.
Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman, and yes, Winona is right. We do love her. And we love that she brought the Judd's final concert, Love is Alive, to Murphy Center in November. It provided an opportunity for our students and faculty in the College of Media and Entertainment to showcase their skills and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's go behind the scenes and see what that was like. While on the red carpet, we had the opportunity for 2 student journalists, Izzy Gutierrez and Sarah Ottman from Middle Tennessee News, to interview President Sidney McPhee and Dean Beverly Keel about this great experience.
Now, President McPhee, tell me about how important it is for us to have this amazing event here at the Murphy Center for MTSU.
I think this is really significant. It allows us to really showcase this great university. Not only the academic programs in a world-class media and entertainment college, but also the incredible students and the experience our students in that program are getting on a world-class level.
I totally agree with you. Now, tell me, how do you think this university and this event is going to help our university bring more concerts in the future to the Murphy Center?
I think the fact that we have spent a multi-million-dollar renovation of the facility, the production of this program will show to other artists that this is first class. And obviously, there isn't a bad seat in the house. It's a very intimate arena, and it will allow the talents to really show their excellence. So we're looking forward to having much more of this kind of high-profile concert at our university.
How are you feeling? Are you excited?
I'm so excited. You know, this is put together really quickly, but we've still been waiting. It felt like a long time to get it here, and now it's here, and we're so proud to show off and our students who are doing such great work, and everybody's so impressed, so we're excited.
Yes, I was just about to say, we have so many students and alum working here tonight. What does that say for MTSU and our college, just having that many people representing MTSU working tonight?
You know, we've had alumni involved since the beginning of this, from alumni working at Sandbox, which is the promoter, to alumni working at CMT, to alumni who work in the press now, who were at the press conference. I just saw Cindy Watts come in, our alumni who's working for People magazine. We have our students involved. So I think it shows that MTSU is the place to go if you want to have success in media and entertainment.
Thank you, Izzy and Sarah, and we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. Murphy Center looks better than ever for its 50th anniversary, thanks to strategic investments we've made throughout the years to keep the facility in prime shape for events like the Judd's Concert in November. One such investment was with Sage Glass, a company that installed smart glass throughout the glass house, where we can control temperature, light, and improve the environment for fans. Let's take a look at those improvements.
Murphy Center is just an icon for this area. I mean, it's just been an incredible facility for so many different individuals, both for the university and for the community. I first came to the Murphy Center back in 2001, I believe it was, as the director. One of the challenges that we had at that time, when the sun came into the glass house, it would tend to sort of blind the players that were on the court. And so one of the things that they did was they extended some vinyl plastic between the gaps in the bleachers. That helped keep the glare down on the floor, allowed the players to play and not have to worry about the glare on in the facility.
Sage Glass offers a solution for that. We have almost full glare control, and we really provide a comfortable space that is not taxing on the eyes. I am Brooke Graham, and I am the Sage Glass Customer Success Manager. And the mission of my role is really to just ensure that the customer has an amazing experience with our product.
What makes Sage Glass Smart Windows smart is that they tint or clear in an automated mode based on software. We're reading light conditions, sky conditions, the position of the sun, so the glass is responding to all those variables. And then ultimately people can always override that automated behavior through a mobile app, a touch panel on the wall, or integration with a building management system.
The project started with formulating the team, which is ESA, the parent company, and McInerney Glass. The design portion took a year, and the installation portion took 360 days. It took 16 semis full of glass and over 1,300 pieces, and we have 33,000 square feet of glass in the project. The initial part of the glass came down, and of course we had to go in and prepare for any kind of bad weather in case it happened before the glass was replaced. It took a team of technicians and installers to make sure that the building was always watertight, that it was always functioning. One of our mandates was that Murphy Center was never to go offline. We worked through storms, we worked through games, we worked through graduations, and we just kept plugging along, working our way around the building until the final piece of glass was put in.
When this opportunity came by and Sage Glass showed us what this could do, it was a game changer. I mean, it really, really was. We were able to take the blinds down, and now we can let the sun and the automation do the work for us, as opposed to having to manually raise and lower the blinds in order to eliminate the glare.
I see universities benefiting from a relationship with Sage Glass by overall comfort and wellness. We know that when people are comfortable, they perform at a higher level.
The thing I love most about it is that it is something that I guess everyone driving around the facility has had an opportunity to see the upgrade and to admire it and to appreciate what the Murphy Center is all about and everything that it has meant for the people living in this community and the students and faculty and staff.
It's very sentimental to Murfreesboro, city and community. Everybody recognizes this anchor on the corner of MTSU.
I look forward to the Murphy Center being able to do everything that it has done up until this point, hosting athletic events, concerts, speeches, graduations, all of those things for another 50 years. Because I think it's that well built and it is iconic.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. During the men's basketball game on December 15th, we also gathered in Murphy Center to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Glass House. At that game, we showed this video paying tribute to those who helped build and sustain its legacy, and also remembering some of the fantastic memories over the years.
In the early 1960s, Ken Trickey, he became a basketball coach and was very successful and came here, and we were very successful. And he was drawing good crowds, which indicated, and he always said, we need a separate arena for basketball. I'd like to have an arena that seats 6,000 people.
Ken Trickey really gets the credit for being the innovator that said we need to do more than what we're doing right here, playing in this small gymnasium. I see a bright future for this basketball program, and that he actually put the ideas on the table of we need more seats, we can get larger crowds, this is going to be a dynamic program, and is the father of that whole initiative.
In July of 1965, the school's name was officially changed to Middle Tennessee State University, and University President Dr. Quill Cope gathered $2 million from leftover funds to put towards improved athletic facilities.
In 1966, Dr. Quill Cope, who was the president of MTSU, named a committee. The committee made up of Coach Bubba Murphy, who was the director of athletics, Dr. Fran Reel, who was director or chairman of the HPER department, Dr. Eddie Voorhees, who had been kind of handling facilities until I came on board, and I was on the committee. 4 of us were on that committee. Planning committee of the 4 people that I mentioned, based on their knowledge of the situation, we were talking about a 3-phase deal. 1, we would build a separate basketball facility. They would seat 6,000 people, and that would be north of the stadium, football stadium, where the old picnic area is, where now the Hall of Fame building is, really. Then we would build a separate, what we would call field sports building, track and all that kind of stuff, you know. And then we would renovate Alumni Memorial. Well, Dr. Cope retired, and then in 1968, Dr. Mel Scarlett came on, and we reviewed our concept with him about what we were thinking. He said, well, that all looks good. But he said, you know, why don't we build all this in one facility? Well, we got to mulling it around and worked with an architect. It had been named Taylor Crabtree Architects out of Nashville. We reviewed that thing, and lo and behold, the idea looked possible, and they took that concept to the State Building Commission. That project was approved under the name of an HPER Athletic Convocation Center, of all things. And you can see that encompassed a lot of stuff. Now we're going back to the building committee and said, oh, we've changed our mind. We want this in one facility if we can get it. So that got approved, and then that set the stage for some other exploring.
Coach Jimmy Earle's competitive teams of the 1970s made Murphy Center known as a great basketball arena. And Coach Dean Hayes brought in some of the best athletes in the world to compete on the track upstairs. But one phone call to former Director of Student Programming Harold Smith transformed Murphy Center into the premier concert venue of the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Then the next battle was to try to get the attention of a promoter or promoters that would take a chance. And of all the people in the world to get their attention happened with Colonel Tom Parker, with Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley played 5 shows here. The first year he played 2, the following year he played 3, but the first show he did put Murphy Center on the map as far as a concert venue. And from there, my gosh, we dealt with probably anywhere from 18 to 20 different national promoters for shows in Murphy Center. I mean, and during the 30 years that we were here, we did 151 concerts or activities in Murphy Center.
We had to practice elsewhere, but the entertainers all used our dressing room. And I remember Elvis Presley used our dressing room. And I told Harold, I said, yes, he can use our dressing room if he gives me 2 scarves. One for my wife and one for my daughter.
Did he give you the scarf?
Yes.
I think I was a freshman in high school, and a friend's mom brought us to see Elvis right here. And I was sitting by one of the vomitories, and he walked up the vom that I was sitting beside. So there I was with about 11,000 other people screaming his name. And so that's that bomb right over there. You know, we've had some great artists over the years. I'm so excited about the new mural upstairs because it just shows all the people who used to come and do their concerts here. A lot of people today don't realize that we were Concert Central before Bridgestone Arena. And so it's just phenomenal, the people that were here, and having the excitement of them being in our facility was always nice. I remember one day we were practicing in the auxiliary gym, and we just snuck up at the end of practice to look at the stage. I believe it was one of the times that Garth Brooks sold out 4 straight nights. And we came up and we walked up the ramp, and there are only a couple of people up here, but there was a guy climbing up and adjusting the lights. And I looked at my manager and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And she went, "Right, coach, right." And literally he climbed down, he jumped on the stage, he jumped off beside us, and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And I think he had on his Oklahoma State sweatshirt, and we offered to give him a better sweatshirt. And so he left here with a Lady Raider basketball sweatshirt, and eventually actually took pictures in our locker room with the team. So, I mean, how incredible was that? He's such a showman, but yet he's also such a gentleman.
I got to tell you, it's always the people that make it special, but it's also your crew. It's also the faculty that's around there. And I remember coming in, I remember immediately being treated like family. And I got to tell you, when they built what was then called the GEC, the Gaylord Entertainment Center, when we talked about going and playing there, I said, "Gentlemen, we can make a deal. If we don't, there's a sweet little spot just south of town. I'm telling you, you'll want to play." So I love this place. Great memories, and can't thank them enough for not just the start, but they've stayed there.
Concerts have been a big part of my life in this building. You know, for that span of time from the early 80s up through the 90s, you know, you think about all the people that I've seen in this building. You know, first one I ever bought a ticket to here was Dan Fogelberg. Right after that, it was Journey, then Bruce Springsteen, then Elton John, then Billy Joel. Most fun show, I think, was a night we had Lionel Richie and the Pointer Sisters together, which that was a huge night. One that brought back a lot of memories here recently, Olivia Newton-John. As of September of this year, it was exactly 40 years from the night that she was here during her physical tour. And I can tell you this, when Harold Smith ran student programming, he always made sure that whoever the act was, at some point they had some sort of Blue Raider gear on when they were on stage. Well, the night Olivia Newton-John was here, she'd gone through a lot of her hits. She goes off stage for a minute, obviously a costume change. Well, the band cranks up the intro to Let's Get Physical. Well, all of a sudden, Olivia Newton-John bounces out with her Dolphin running shorts and her MTSU sweatshirt, and the roof about came off of this place that night. It was so much fun. And, you know, having had U2 in this building, Boston has played here. Everybody that was anybody in rock and roll during the 70s and 80s played this building.
Thanks to the outstanding work of our facilities team in maintaining Murphy Center and the considerable strategic investments we have made, it will continue to be the site of celebrations and special events well into the future. Just this year, we invested almost $6 million to replace the glass in the glass house. And it's not just any glass. They are high-tech smart windows that automatically tint and clear in response to the sun. We are the first university to use this technology at this level. And these improvements paid off when we hosted Winona in November for a sold-out concert that will become a national television show for the Jeds, a fitting tribute, I might add, to her late mother. We demonstrated at that event that Murphy Center continues to remain a viable arena for history-making performances. And in the future, It is our plan to host many more such events in the Glass House.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Out of the Blue. My thanks to the College of Media and Entertainment for allowing us to use their brand new XR studio stage to film this episode while our home at the Center for Educational Media is under renovation. A reminder, you can find campus news 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
It's so incredible, you know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Green, lead rhino keeper here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. I have the best job ever, taking care of endangered species and helping to prevent their extinction. Recently, my job led me on an exciting adventure to South Africa in search of white rhinos. Now you might wonder how a keeper here in Tampa can work in saving rhinos. Well, rhino conservation, in fact, the conservation of any species, depends on a lot of people all over the world working together in many different ways. Partnerships and working relationships between zoos and conservation organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and the International Rhino Foundation are the backbone to the fight to help protect the rhino. Working together, we're finding the solution to help protect these species. We've been caring for black rhinos for more than 30 years here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. And over the years, we've learned an incredible amount about their reproductive physiology, dietary needs, and social behavior. And we've been able to measure our success with 7 healthy rhino calves born here at the park. Not long ago, 2 white rhinos came to Busch Gardens from other zoos in the United States. Since then, we've been learning all we can about the white rhinoceros so we can broaden our ability to help conserve them too. That's what ultimately led to my trip to South Africa, to bring 3 white rhinos here to a new home. But before I tell you about my trip, let me share with you why I think it is so important to save the rhino species. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today, but it wasn't always that way. If you go way back in time, I'm talking millions and millions of years ago, there were many species of rhinos. In fact, scientists believe that at one time, rhinos were found on most of the world's continents. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
Rhinos were first found in North America, but some of these ancient rhinos migrated to Asia, and scientists believe that all living rhinos in Asia and Africa today are descendants of those animals. Ancient rhinos were small and looked more like the ancestors of horses, but without horns. Somewhere along the line, though, rhinos got much bigger. In fact, the largest known land mammal that ever lived was a member of the rhino family. The Dendrotherium, or giant giraffe rhinoceros, was approximately 28 feet long, stood 18 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighed 33 tons. The word rhinoceros comes from two ancient Greek words, rhino meaning nose and ceros meaning horn. Rhinos are the only animals on the planet that have horns on their noses. All other animals have horns that are on top of their head. That's probably where the myth of the unicorn started, from the ancient one-horned Asian rhino. In more recent times, though, some cultures believe that the rhino horn has special powers, and that's a big problem for the rhino. The very thing that makes this animal so unique is one of the leading causes of its demise.
Rhinos are endangered for several reasons. First and foremost is poaching for their horn. It goes into a number of Chinese traditional medicines. Another threat is the use of rhino horns, particularly the African rhinos, for dagger handles in parts of the Middle East.
It's hard to believe that an animal that was once so abundant is now so scarce, and most of the problems with the African rhino has only happened in the last 30 years. As recently as the 1970s, there were about 65,000 black rhinos in the wild. Today, there are only an estimated 2,700. White rhinos are in a little better shape, but there's only around 10,000 of them. Hey, Tim. Now, I work with both black and white rhinos. Actually, both those names are a little bit deceiving. They're both a light, dull gray. Some of the biggest differences between the two are the shape of the lip and also what they eat. The black rhino has what's called a prehensile lip. This lip works like a large finger, and it makes easy work of pulling leaves off trees and bushes, the black rhino's favorite foods. Those food choices makes black rhinos browsers, animals that eat leaves, twigs, and small branches. White rhinos have wide lips, and most likely got their name from an Afrikaans word for wide, that's pronounced vite. A little misunderstanding, and the wide-lipped rhino became the white rhino, and the name stuck. These lips are best suited for eating grasses, so white rhinos are known as, you guessed it, grazers. Rhinos have an outstanding sense of smell. They can smell things hundreds of feet away. Adult rhinos have no natural predators. In fact, all the threats that rhinos face today are caused by humans. It seems only right that we should come to their rescue. Rhino conservation has become a global effort over the years. Conservation organizations like World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation work side by side with zoos and other interested groups worldwide. The biggest part of these organizations' work is concentrated on conserving wild rhinos in their natural habitats, and they've had a good level of success.
In Kruger National Park in South Africa, we've been involved from the beginning to try to bring back the white rhino populations, and that's been perhaps one of the best success stories of wildlife conservation in Africa. By providing money to help protect the park, stop poaching, provide infrastructure, we're on our way to a major recovery of this species.
South Africa pioneered this model of in situ rhino conservation. In situ means in the wild. The object of this kind of conservation program is to protect a core animal population, in this case rhinos, so overall numbers can increase. Then, some of the rhinos can be moved or translocated into another protected area to start a new group. The ultimate goal is to have at least 10 separate groups of 100 or more living in protected wild habitats. This system works to protect the rhino's genetic diversity, as well as to guard against losing the entire population to disease, famine, or poaching. Animal translocations have proven to be a successful method of conservation in the wild, especially with the white rhino in South Africa. One great byproduct of conserving large animals like the rhino is that many small species are able to survive as well.
There are many other diverse species that occur within the home ranges of these giant mammals, and so they become a very good flagship for us to focus on, because we know a lot more about the biology of some of these large mammals than we do of many of the smaller species, and if we can just capture large enough areas for protection, we'll be able to conserve those as well.
Okay, so back to my trip to Africa. You're probably wondering why I went there when my job is to take care of rhinos here. Well, one way of conserving animals is to learn more about them and provide good habitats and breeding programs here in zoos. Then that information is shared with other zoos, projects in the wild, and our guests here in the park. At Busch Gardens, we encourage people to make a personal connection with animals and learn more about them in their natural habitats. By doing so, we hope they'll be more interested in saving wildlife and more enthusiastic about doing things that can help. The animals here make great ambassadors for their relatives in the wild that are struggling to survive.
I think it's important to have rhinos serve in zoos, serve as good ambassadors for rhinos that live in the wild and educate people and make them more aware, who ordinarily wouldn't be, of their situation and the plight that they're in, how endangered they are. And that's a very important thing to be doing. And to be more effective at that, we need to have rhinos in a number of different zoos around the country that can portray that message. But to do that, it means we have to have effective breeding populations of rhinos in zoos.
Most people believe that all the animals in zoos are from the wild, and that's just not the case. More than 80% of all the mammals in zoos are bred in zoos, from well-managed programs that help ensure genetic diversity and overall health of the animals. Sometimes, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild if the populations in the wild are consistently increasing. Sometimes it's done to avoid overcrowding in the limited habitat space available, and sometimes it's done to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. When wild-bred animals are relocated into zoological facilities, it strengthens and diversifies the existing gene pool of animals in zoos. That allows more breeding, which then allows more zoos around the world to have animals that can help to spread a conservation message. In turn, more animals means more opportunities to learn about them and collect information that will be useful not only to zoos, but to conservation projects in the wild as well. And it also helps to develop large, healthy groups of animals that could, in case a catastrophic event wipes out a wild population, be reintroduced to the wild. Well, that was a long answer of why I went to Africa. Here's the rest. It's short, I promise. Since we only have 2 male white rhinos, we went looking for females that we could bring back to the park to start a breeding program. A bonus would be new bloodlines that would produce genetically different offspring from any other white rhinos in the United States. So we contacted the International Rhino Foundation for help, because they coordinate the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation put us together with Kruger National Park in South Africa. At Kruger, their white rhino conservation program has been so successful that they are able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. It looked like we had a match. Go ahead. And before long, I was on my way to Africa with Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton. Now I was going to get to see how field conservation works halfway around the world, and hopefully escort 3 white rhinos back to a new home in Tampa. Our destination in South Africa is Kruger National Park, where preserving the delicate balance of people, wildlife, and habitat is a constant challenge. But it can be done, and Kruger's conservation program is an excellent example of a system that manages all of these pieces well on a daily basis. For over a century, this wildlife refuge has been carefully developed and maintained, and today it's rated one of the world's finest wildlife reserves. And with more than 3,500 white rhinos, it also has the largest population of white rhinos in the world. As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
You guys feel like it?
The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans.
So this is the bull.
Yep, this is a bull.
And about how old do you estimate he is?
Mike, he's about, I would say, between 5 and 7, 8 years old.
Okay.
We'll be taking 3 rhinos back to Busch Gardens, 1 male and 2 females, and Johan has been supervising their acclimation through the boma system for the last 8 months. And you start in those back bomas, and then
What
eventually
happened
they work their way
is,
up here.
we've got the stronger bomas at the back, where we put them in the first period. There's a sort of a way to do it. We've got a big camp, and then slowly but surely move them to the front after, say, 2 or 3 weeks. And then from there, once we're satisfied that they're doing well, they eat well, they defecate well, their health condition is fine, then we can bring them in here and make them used to the traffic and the people.
Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. It's really amazing to see, you hear wild white rhinos and stuff, and you see this rhino in here just calm as can be, just munching away, almost ignoring us.
Yeah, I think it's also important, the period that they spend in these enclosures now, and also, like, we've had these crates in here for about a month. So they get used to it, they know where their food's coming in, and they know what's going.
It's really interesting for me to see how the boma system works, and how the rhinos have been prepared for the move. It's obvious that the rhino is the important thing in all of this. This isn't just about moving rhinos, it's about making sure that these rhinos are well taken care of, and that the people who get them know something about them that makes the transition easier. It's definitely all about taking care of the rhinos, and from the calm demeanor of the 3 animals that are going to Busch Gardens, the system seems to work really well. Tomorrow, we're going to see white rhinos in the wild.
Morning, Hank.
Good morning. Kruger stretches 350 miles north to south and is home to more different species of wildlife than any other sanctuary in Africa. And all the animals roam freely in the park, as much as possible without the interference of humans. Our guide Hayne is taking us to see the rhinos in the park. Now the main purpose of our trip is to get familiar with the 3 rhinos that we'll be escorting back to Busch Gardens. But we also want to learn more about their behavior in the wild. It's important to me to see how they live in their natural habitat, because I think it will help me do a better job for the rhinos at the park. Kruger National Park is an amazing place, and as we head where Hayne thinks the rhinos will be today, we see all kinds of animals. And then we see evidence of rhinos. Oh, cool, we've got some lip drags that we can look at real quick. Very neat. Yeah, if you look, you can see, you can almost see the width of the white rhino's lip, and they've drug it through the ground, just smelling and tasting. Very neat. Very cool. There's quite a bit of them right through here, this little area. Looks like a cow and a subadult. There's some little bit smaller tracks in the ground. There's even some old lip rugs. Very neat. Let's go find these rhinos. Before we get to the rhinos, though, Hayne has something else that he wants to show us. Oh, cool. There's a little rhino rubbing post over there. Take a look at that real quick. I've seen the rhinos at the park turn stumps into scratching posts, but I'm really curious to see one in the wild. Ah, cool. What a great post. Look at this. You can see where they've just rubbed it smooth. This thing is
Leadwood, right?
Yeah, it's like hard as a rock. Insects can't even bore into it. It's so thick.
Hayne said he's seen this here for about 18 years.
Very cool. All right, let's go find some rhinos. Turns out we were really close. They're in a mud hole right up the road. Oh, cool. We've got 2 white rhino bulls. Look like adults.
So it's pretty common to see them in this wallow, Hayne, is that right?
Yeah, Mike, they tend to come out here on a hot day, like today, and in the late afternoon they come for a cool down and a bit of a drink, so it's pretty regular for them to be here.
Don't they, for the most part, at least within a day or two, have some pretty average routines and patterns that they may travel?
Yeah, it's because they are territorial. They often follow the same route on a daily or on a 2-day basis, really, where they're probably passing the same spot. And that's when they visit their middens and do their territorial marking and so on.
It's good for us to see rhinos in the wild exhibiting some of the same behaviors as the rhinos at the park. It's a good confirmation that we're doing the right things for them.
So, Hayne, is it common to see two bulls together like this?
Yeah, it seems like when they're young like that, they will live in loose association like that, maybe 2 or 3 together.
Yeah, we have 2 young bulls back at the park that are together, and they get along really well, and we're just not sure what to anticipate as they get older, but they're doing really well right now.
Very cool. That's what we've been waiting for. On the way back, Hayne makes one more stop, and we meet another of Kruger's guides.
Mike? Huh? Nice to meet you.
Robbie, Jason Green.
Nice to meet you.
Great.
All right. Yeah, that's ready.
We're going trekking?
Yeah.
Awesome. Kruger guide Robbie Brendan is heading out to check on a large male that's supposed to be in the area, and he's letting us come along. We start seeing signs of rhinos not far down the path. Oh, there's a great big midden up here, great. A midden is essentially a rhino latrine or bathroom. Rhinos have a habit of returning over and over to the same location to defecate, which is part of marking their territory. This midden hasn't been visited in a few days, but it still serves its purpose.
What he does is when he defecates here, he kicks around his dung, and obviously that's quite a strong scent beacon. So any other rhino that crosses that path will smell how they're moving into his territory.
Yeah, this is very similar to what the what our bulls will do in the park, and but we use the mitten piles a lot in determining health, you know, because they're such good liars. They don't want to let anybody know that they're sick. So one of the quickest ways to determine the health is through the fecal matter. Now we're really on the lookout for rhino, and we follow Robbie's lead to walk quietly. And then we see him. He's an awesome male, grazing calmly just beyond a small rise. You know, we've seen him from the road, and you know, which is great, but to actually be an anthill distance away from one of these guys is just impressive. It's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes. Robbie estimates that this rhino is about 15 years old and likely the one in charge of this territory. We stay watching until the rhino moves on. The walk back to the road is pretty quiet. I just keep thinking about the incredible experience we just had, face to face with one of Kruger's finest rhinos. What a day. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Dr. Burton and I help when we can, but mostly we just take it all in. Since there's a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm, but won't knock it out. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. I'm not sure why a rice bag on a stick works, but it does. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Every crate is disinfected several times to keep from transporting any parasites along with the animals. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I can't help but think what a fantastic trip this has been so far. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. Seeing white rhinos in the wild and being able to bring back rhinos to the park to establish a breeding program there, it's unbelievable. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. After landing in Orlando, we made the short trip to Busch Gardens in Tampa, where we released the rhinos into our temporary quarantine facility. We always quarantine new animals for at least 30 days to protect the health of all the other animals at Busch Gardens, just in case the new animal has an undetected illness or disease that could be spread to the other animals here. Later, the Kruger rhinos will join the other animals on the park's Serengeti Plain, where we can share the story of these incredible animals with millions of guests every year. Going to Africa and coming back with these rhinos was an awesome experience. Getting a chance to see white rhinos in the wild, up close, and learning from the Kruger folks about how they care and handle the animals, I was able to bring back so much information to share with the animal care staff here. Without a doubt, this experience has given me a greater appreciation for my job and the animals that I take care of. Once these new rhinos are settled and comfortable enough to interact with us, we hope to learn more about them like we have with the black rhinos. There's a lot happening for black rhino conservation these days in terms of research and behavioral studies, and we want to be able to expand these studies to include white rhinos too. Knowledge is the key to providing the best care possible for the animals, and the things we've learned can have an impact on wild rhino populations too. The important thing is to find ways to save the rhinos long term. In the zoological world, it's long been said that animals will only breed if they're at ease and secure in their surroundings, and that seems like a reasonable deduction given the vulnerability of newborns. So having a successful breeding program is a good sign that animals are fully comfortable in their surroundings, and a successful breeding program is an important part of wildlife conservation. We've had a very successful black rhino breeding program here at the park. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to witness one of the births, but we've had 7 born here, all of them healthy babies. Most births have happened during the night, but we do keep a video camera running in the rhinos' night quarters, so at least we get to see it secondhand. And let me tell you, baby rhinos are the cutest things. Besides the obvious benefit of increasing the black rhino population, these births have given us the opportunity to learn an enormous amount about reproductive physiology and the rearing of calves. We've been able to get ultrasound images with the pregnant females. Then we monitor the blood for progesterone levels. Then, watching the mothers with their calves has really taught us a lot about their parenting skills. You'd think that since rhinos have been around for eons, there would be a lot of scientific information about them, but that's just not the case. It probably has to do with their general appearance and defensive behavior more than anything. For years, scientists just never broached the subject. But since there have been such great advances in animal care over the last 20 years in zoos, black rhinos have become more approachable and therefore more easily studied. One of the best benefits of animal care that works hand in hand with animal behavior is that routine health care can be done without anesthesia, and over time, even procedures like drawing blood can become routine. Being able to get regular blood and urine samples without stress to the animal opens up enormous possibilities in learning more about animal physiology for both individual animals and rhinos as a species. Jasper is a perfect example. He's a star performer in a groundbreaking immunology study on black rhinos being managed by the San Diego Zoo. Veterinarian Dr. Ray Ball coordinated sending samples from Busch Gardens, Tampa.
Jasper is essential in this program because he is so well conditioned. He responds extremely well to his keepers and to me and the other veterinarians here on staff, that he allows us to be able to take advantage of that and collect blood and do these projects.
2 other studies have depended on Jasper's cooperation. A program at Busch Gardens aimed at disease prevention, and a Kansas City Zoo project focused on nutritional factors in rhino health. It's all part of the big picture in rhino conservation, and working with other organizations that share the same dedication. Busch Gardens also works with a number of conservation organizations to support field projects around the world. To be successful, work in the field requires a lot of cooperation from a lot of people. World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation knows what it takes, but putting all the pieces together to save a species is the tricky part.
Clearly, the lessons that we've learned from conservation in the wild is that we need to focus on 4 things. We have to strictly protect the core areas where they live, the national parks where they're found, and stop poaching. If we have effective anti-poaching measures and anti-poaching information networks, we can really control poaching very well. The third thing that we have to do is to provide incentives for locals to want to live next door to rhinos and somehow benefit from their presence. And the final and most important aspect is bold leadership by government officials. If we don't have that, nothing else matters.
Conservation projects in the field can work, but it takes a lot of support to keep them going. So here at the park, we try to make our guests aware of the problems most animals face in the wild and encourage them to support environmental conservation. We're convinced that if we all do a small part and work together, we can ultimately make huge things happen.
I think that the partnership between organizations like Busch Gardens and World Wildlife Fund is critical because there's a large majority of the American public that's just unaware of how rapidly the world is changing around us, because most people don't travel to these remote areas to see the conversion of habitat that's occurring at an alarming rate. And so whether it's educating people about gorillas and the loss of habitat in parts of Africa, or the same thing here in Asia, it's critical that we are able to reach a large audience and make them sensitive to this issue.
Wildlife conservation will only work if people care about preserving the animals and the habitats, so education plays an important role in conservation success. That's the reason that zoological parks dedicate staff and resources to reach their guests with conservation information. Through up-close animal encounters and fun educational programs, zoos hope to increase public awareness and inspire a love for wildlife and a desire to help. Saving threatened and endangered species, and in the bigger picture, all wildlife, is a huge job, and it takes a lot of work and cooperation from a lot of different people. It also takes continued support from everyone who wants to see wildlife and wild places around for future generations. By working together, we can make a difference. To me, every species is important. But for many endangered and threatened species, time is running out. If we don't take steps to protect them now, they may vanish from the planet forever. And as far as I'm concerned, we just can't let that happen. Well, I gotta get back to work. These guys are counting on me. Bye.